Hello and welcome to the course JWT Authentication in Angular 17 and .NET 8. I am Puspa and I will be your instructor for this course. So in this course we will be learn how to implement JWT Authentication in Angular 17 and .NET 8 Web API from scratch. First of all, let's set up our environment. Go to dotnet.microsoft.com and click download, and let's download .NET SDK 8. Our SDK is downloaded. Let's install it. Let's click install. Let's close it. Go to command, type .NET. We have .NET installed successfully. Let's check our SDK. .NET based SDKs. We have SDK 8.0.101. Let's close it. Now let's set up our IDE. In this tutorial I am going to use VS Code. You can use any other IDE you want. So go to code.visualstudio.com, click on download. VS Code downloaded successfully, so let's install it. Click it. Let's accept the agreement and click next. Click next. Check these two checkbox and click next and install. Our VS Code is successfully installed. So let's finish it. Let's install extension. Go to extension and type C#. Let's install this C# dev kit. Let's install this one for creating file. So let's install it. Click install anywhere. Let's install material icon theme. Let's click it and let's install other extension for Angular development. Let's say Angular. Let's install this one and this one. Install this one also and this one. Another one is Angular file changer. This one, let's install it. And another extension is auto close tag. So let's install it. And another one is SQLite. Let's install SQLite. And another one is Nuget gallery. This first one, let's install it. Now let's set up Node. Go to nodejs.org and install this LTS version. So let's click it and let's install it. Next, accept agreement and next and install. Finish and go to command, type node and we have node 20.11.0. we have successfully installed environment for Angular and .NET. Let's create project now. So let's right click and new folder. Let's say JWT Auth. Right click and show more option, then open with code. Let's click yes. And so first of all we are going to create backend project. So go to terminal and new terminal and let's make it command prompt. Let's say .NET new web API and controllers. In this tutorial we are going to use controller instead of minimal API, and output folder will be API. Here our API project is created. So let's install our required Nuget packages. So go to Nuget package library by pressing Ctrl+P and search for Nuget. Open Nuget gallery and let's install first EF core is first one. Let's install it, and another one is EF core tool. This first one, let's install it. Let's search for SQLite. And this one, let's install it. Another one is Identity Framework. Identity Framework core. So let's install it. Let's search for another packages, JWT Pairer, and this one. Let's install it. Let's close this terminal and gallery. Let's set up our VS Code theme. I want to use one.pro theme. Go to extension and type one.pro, and this first one, click here and install it. And let's set one.pro. Our VS Code theme is set up. Now let's create user model first. So go to API and here just right click and new folder, and let's say models. Here create user model, new class, and app user. So let's inherit from identity user. So identity user, and this is our base class. Let's type PRO and tab. Let's say string and for name. Now let's create data folder. Data, and inside data folder, let's create our DB class. App DB context is inherited from identity DB context, which is generic type and provided by Intel Framework Core. So let's pass type user head, create constructor. Let's type CTOR and press tab. And here just DB context options. Let's pass app DB and options. Let's pass for base class with option. Let's save it. Now go to program CS and let's add our database connection below .services.add db context and our db context class app db context. Here just type option goes to options dot use SQLite. We are going to use SQLite for this tutorial. So let's pass data source app db. Let's save it. Now let's define our JWT setting. Go to appsettting.json. Here just type JWT setting. Add security key which should be long random string, and another one is valid audience. and see valid audience. Let's say localhost 4200 and http. Another one is valid issuer, which will be http localhost 000. Let's save it. Now let's add identity. Go to program.cs and here let's say builder.services.add identity and our class name app user and identity role GeRoles and add entity framework store app DB-context and add default token provider. Now add authentication. So let's say builder.services.add authentication option goes to option.default authenticate scheme JWT bearer default dot authentication scheme option.default challenge and JWT default dot authentication scheme, and another one is option.default scheme JWT bearer default dot default authentication scheme. Let's save it and here add JWT bearer and option goes to let's say t.save token true option dot acquire http metadata false option dot token validation parameter goes to equal to new token validation parameter. Let's remove this and control dot using Microsoft Identity Model Token validate issuer true and validate audience true, validate lifetime true. Let's make it validate issuer sign-in key true and valid issuer. First of all, let's get our JWT setting from appsettting.json. So where JWT setting equal to builder.configuration.get section and section name will be go to as setting. We have a JWT setting section, so here just copy it and go to top and let's paste it. Valid audience and JWT setting of valid audience. Let's go to appsettting.json and copy it, paste here, and another one is valid issuer. We have JWT setting and valid issuer and issuer sign key equal to new symmetric security key. Just pass it encoding dot get by, just pass our security key dot get section security key. Here we have security key. Value of secrets can be nullable. Let's make it in Swaggergen. Let's add additional property. So C goes to in here add C dot add security definition and let's say bearer new open API security scheme. Let's remove this fully qualified name, remove and control dot and using Microsoft OpenAPI model. Description is equal to JWT Authorization example. Let's set equal to authorization in parameter location dot header. From header we are getting this key type security scheme type dot API key, and another is scheme pair. C dot add security requirement and new open API security requirement. Here let's say new open API scheme on AI schema and reference new open API reference type reference type dot security scheme ID bearer scheme auth2 name bearer and in parameter location dot header. Let's close it and new list of string here. We have mistake here, open API security scheme. Now add authentication. Go to bottom and here just add app.use authentication. We'll save it. Let's run our application. Go to terminal, new terminal and API and type .NET was run. Error here. Let's close it. This is our API endpoint weather forecast. So we have here authorize. The token should be included in authorization header and add a security requirement for OAuth with a bearer token. Here go to browser, we have authorize here and we have JWT authorization example from here and name authorization, name of our header and from where location in header, from header. So this is our Swagger Zen configuration. Now let's add migration in our application. So go to terminal and let's stop our application. So here just press Ctrl C .NET EF migrations add initial. So we have successfully made initial migration. So go to migration and initial migration. We have here ASP.NET roles, app user. We have defined our full name, which is not part of our identity user. We have defined our own property, so this is also included here, and username and other identity user property here. So this is our initial migration. So let's update database. So .NET EF database update. So we have updated database. So for open this database, let's press Ctrl Shift P and open database. Here let's select AuthDB and go to left side corner. At the bottom we have seen SQLite Explorer. Just click it, and here we have user claim, ASP.NET claim, roles, user claim, login, roles, tokens, users. Now let's create our controller for registration login. So go to controller and right click in class, and let's say AccountController. This is our AccountController class, and this inherit this controller from controller base, and let's inherit it with API controller, and route will be API/controller. This controller meaning we have account, so API will be API/account. So let's save it, and here just create one simple method, HTTP method. So let's say HTTP get public string hi. So let's return hi here. Good. Save it, and let's run our application. So go to API and let's run our application. Look, we have AccountController here, so let's try it out. We have successful response with hi message. So let's go to launch setting, and let's rename this port with 500. This one also make 500, and here just make 500. Let's save it, and let's kill our terminal. Ctrl+C, and .NET was run. Go to browser, we have new port here. Let's remove this simple method and inject some dependency here. So let's say private read only user manager and app user. Let's say user manager. Another one is private read only role manager and identity role and role manager. And for getting configuration, let's add private read only I configuration and configuration. Let's create constructor C2OR and press tab. Here let's add user manager and app user manager, and another one is role manager identity role manager, and other one is I configuration. So initialize it here. Let's initialize user manager. User manager is equal to user manager, and role manager is equal to role manager. Configuration equal to configuration. Now let's add register method. Let's say HTTP post, and name will be register. So we have API, the route will be API/account/register. So our API endpoint will be API/account and register. Here let's create function public assign task action result of string, and let's say register. First of all, let's create DTO. Go to API and create folder, name it DTOs, and here inside DTOs let's create class register DTO, and here let's define some property. Let's say prop tab and string email string dot empty. Here just annotate with required, and email address. This comes from component model dot data annotations, and let's create another property, prop tab string full name, and let's say string dot empty. Let's annotate this with required, and let's create another property, string password and string dot empty, and another one is prop list of string and roles. Go to AccountController. Here just pass register DTO, and inside here let's check our model valid state. So if not model state dot is valid, if we have invalid model, then just return where request in model state. If we have valid model state, then let's create user. So where user new app user and email equal to register dot email, and full name register DTO dot full name, another is username register DTO dot email. Let's close it, and let's create user. So var result is equal to void, and user manager dot create Assign. Let's pass our user and register DTO dot password. If result is not succeed, then let's return where request. Let's say result dot errors. Otherwise, let's check role. If register DTO dot roles is null, if roles is null, then await user manager dot add to role async. If we don't have roles, then let's add user to user role. So otherwise, let's iterate roles for each var role in register DTO dot roles. Here add user manager dot add role to assign, add to role assign user and role here. Let's add await. Let's create our auth response class. Go to details and create auth response detail, and here just add property string token string dot empty. Another one is prop bool is success, and prop another one is prop string message. Let's go to AccountController and return OK, and new auth response detail. Let's pass here is success true, and message is equal to account created successfully. Let's close this. Let's save it. Before test this method, let's insert role first. So let's open database by pressing Ctrl+Shift+V and type open database. Here we have AuthDB. Select this AuthDB and go to SQLite Explorer, and here we have roles. Let's click here. We have empty table, so let's insert one role here. New insert. Let's close it, and here let's say one user and capital user. Let's leave empty this one. Let's select it and right click, run selected query. We have successfully created ASP.NET roles user. So let's close it and close it. Don't save. So now go to terminal and let's run our application. .NET was run. Go to browser and let's test our register endpoint. Try it out. Here let's remove this one and let's test here and password, and let's remove this one now. Execute it. We have 400 where request, so remove this comma here and let's execute again. We have duplicate username. It means we have already created our user. So go to SQLite Explorer and inside our net user ASP.NET users, click here. We have successfully created our test email. We have successfully created our user, so let's close it and let's try once again. Test 1 2 and let's execute it. We have 200 message account created successfully. We have here spelling mistake here, so go to AccountController and let's see here. Now let's implement login method. So here just add http post and login. So our API endpoint will be API/account and login. Let's create login function. So let's say public async task of action result, and we want to return here auth response DTU and login. Let's pass login DTU and login DTU, login DTU. So now let's create login DTU class. Go to DTUs and let's create login DTU. So here let's create property prop string email, and let's say string.empty and public string password get set and string.empty. Here let's annotate with required this one. Let's save it and go to AccountController. Let's close it. Here just check if modal state dot is not valid, then return bad request and modal state. Here bad user await user manager find by email async and pass here login DTU dot email. Let's check if user is null, then let's return unauthorized and return here new auth response DTU and is success false and message a user not found with this email. Let's close it. If we have user, then let's check password. So var result equal to await user manager dot check password async. Let's pass user and login DTU dot password. This variable return full result. So if this means if we don't have valid password, so if we don't have valid result, then return unauthorized new auth response DTU and is success false and message invalid password. Let's create one private method to generate our token. Private string generate token and pass app user here user and let's say var token handler new JWT security token handler. Let's store key from appsetting.json. So go to appsetting.json. We have this secret key variable key encoding dot ASCII dot get bytes and configuration dot get section name JWT Setting dot get section. Let's break down and get section. Here we have security key value here. Now let's get list of roles. So var roles is equal to user manager dot get role assign and pass user dot result. So let's create list of claims here. So list claim and claims equal to let's store name JWT claim.email and user.email. Here just pass null. If we don't have email, then pass empty string, and another one is new JWT register claim dot name and user dot full name, new JWT register claim dot claim names dot name id is pass user dot id. If we don't have user dot id, let's pass empty string. Here also empty string, and another one is new JWT register claims dot audience. So let's get audience from JWT setting configuration dot get section JWT setting get section and section name. Our section name is valid audience dot value, and another one is new JWT register claim names dot issuer iss. Let's get issuer from app setting, so configuration dot get section JWT setting dot get section valid issuer dot value. Now let's iterate roles and add to claim. So for is var role in roles claims dot add and new claim and claim types dot role and as role here, and let's create object of security token descriptor. So token descriptor new security token descriptor. Here subject new claim identity and pass claims here, and another one is expiry time. Expired is equal to, let's say, date time dot utc now dot add days one. Sign in credential new sign in credential new symmetry key, and let's pass key here, and here security algorithm dot mac sh256. Now let's create token where token and token handler dot create token. Let's pass token descriptor and just return token handler dot write token and pass token here. Let's go to login function and here and return okay new auth response dq token is equal to token and is success true message login success. Let's save it. Now let's run our application to API. Go to browser. Let's test our login endpoint. Try it out. Here let's pass test@gmail.com and our password. Let's execute it. Look, we have success 200 code and our token is success true and message login success. So let's copy our token and go to jwt.io and look, we have email, name ID, audience, issuer, expiry time. We have successfully implement our login. Let's implement get detail method for returning login user. So let's say http get and detail. So our endpoint will be api/account and detail. Let's create method public async task of action result of user detail DTO and get user detail. Let's create user detail DTO. So go to DTOs and new class user detail DTO. Let's define property of string ID from string full name, string email, string array of string roles, string phone number, bool, two-factor enabled, from pool, phone number confirm, int, access field count. Let's save it. Go to AccountController, user ID, user.find first value, and pass claim types dot name identifier. Let's find our current user manager dot find by ID async current user ID, find first value, and let's check if user is null, then return not found with message new auth response DTO is successful and message user not found, otherwise return okay. New user detail DTO, let's pass ID, user.id, email, full name, user.full name, roles equal to await, user manager dot get roles async, and pass user here, phone number, user.phone number, and phone number confirm, user.phone number confirmed, access field count, user.access field count. Let's save it, let's close it, and let's annotate this method with authorized attribute. So let's authorize and go to browser and go to account detail endpoint, try it out, execute. We have 401, which means unauthorized access. So let's log in our application here let's login @gmail.com, password, and we have success. Let's copy this token and go to detail. Let's click this icon. Let's type error, state authorized, close. Let's execute once again. Look, we have 200 success. Response body, ID, full name, email, roles. So we have successfully implemented get detail method. Now let's implement get users method. So for returning list of user, here is http get, and let's create method public assign task of action result I in variable of user detail video get users, and here let's get users with user manager dot users dot select. Let's select user goes to new user detail. Here let's pass id u.id, email, full name u.full name, roles equal to user manager dot get role assign, and user dot result dot convert to array and to list async. Let's return user here. Okay, users, save it and go to browser. Here API/account, try it out, execute it. We have two user here, so we have implemented list of user method. Here we can see individual user have their roles. Now let's implement RolesController. Go to controller and create controller class RolesController. Let's inherit it from controller base and annotate with API controller and route API/controller. Let's inject private read only role manager identity role and role manager private read only user manager and app user manager. Let's create constructor CTOI role manager identity role manager and user manager app user manager. So let's initialize field role manager user manager with user manager. Now let's implement post method for creating role. So let's say http post and let's create function public assign task of action result create role here from body create role detail First of all, let's create role DTO class. Go to DTO and new class. Let's add property from role name. Let's annotate with required attribute, and here just pass error message. Role name is required. Let's save it. Go to RolesController control dot using API.dtos. Let's check if string dot is null or empty. Role create role DTO dot role name, then return bad request and pass role name is required. Let's check role is exist, so let's say role exist. Role manager dot role exist async, and let's pass create role DTO dot role name. If role exists, then return bad request and pass role already exist. If role doesn't exist, then create new role result to await role manager dot create role create async and create object of identity role and pass role DTO dot role name here. This is return boolean result. So let's check if role result dot succeed, then return OK and anonymous object new message is equal to role created success. Let's save and run our application. .NET let's run. Go to browser and let's test our roles create method. Go to API/roles and here try it out. Let's pass user here. We have role already exist, so let's test another one, admin. Let's execute it. We have success, role create successfully. So we have successfully implement role create method. Let's implement HTTP get method with return list of roles. HTTP get and public async task of action result and enumerable of role response DTO get roles. Let's create role response DTO. Go to DTOs and let's create role response DTO class. Let's add property from tab string ID from string name and from int total users. Let's go to RolesController and here let's get list of user with total user count per roles equal to role manager dot roles dot select. Here r goes to new role response DTO. Let's pass ID r dot ID name and r dot name total users. Let's say user manager dot get user in role async and let's pass r dot name here and result dot count and to list async and return OK. Pass roles here. Let's save and restart our application. Go to terminal, API .NET was run. Go to browser and API/roles. Let's try it out. Execute it. We have two roles here, user and admin. User have 1 total user and admin has 0 users. So we have implemented HTTP get method for returning list of roles. Now let's implement HTTP delete method for delete a specific role by their ID. So let's go to RolesController and here is HTTP delete and let's pass ID here. Let's create function public async task of I action result delete role and pass string ID here. Let's find role by their ID. Find role by their ID. Here var role await role manager dot find by ID async and pass ID. Let's check if role is null. If role is null, then return not found and message role not found. If we have role, then just delete our role. So var result await role manager dot delete async and pass role. Return OK and let's return new anonymous object. Message is equal to role deleted. Successfully. Otherwise return bad request. Otherwise return bad request and role message role deletion failed. Let's save it and go to browser, go to roles. Let's get list of role first, try it out, execute it and let's copy this ID and go to here, try it out. Let's pass it, execute. We have role deleted successfully, so we have implemented delete method. We can access this detail and account without authorization. So how to prevent this without login? For that, go to AccountController and here we can add authorize attribute which comes from ASP.NET Core authorization, but we need to allow to register and login without authorization. So let's add here attribute allow anonymous which gives access for anonymous user. Add here allow anonymous. So let's save it and go to browser. Let's access account. Let's try it out. Here we can see 401 error unauthorized. So let's access this method. Here also we have unauthorized error. So let's log in our endpoint. Let's log in. Here let's try it out. Let's execute it. We have token here. Let's copy this token and let's go to detail here and click this icon. So here let's add bearer and space here and paste our token. Let's click authorize, close and let's execute it. we have 200 success current login user detail here. Here in roles API, how to give role based access. So go to RolesController, and in RolesController add an above API controller. Let's add Authorize, and here pass roles, and in string let's add admin. Here we can use multiple role here by separating command, or you can use user or manager. You can use like this. For now add admin only. Let's save it and go to browser. Let's try to access this roles method, this endpoint. Try it out. Let's execute it. We have 401 unauthorized access. So let's go to login and try it out. Let's add html.com. Let's execute it. Copy this token and go to roles and click icon, error, and paste it. Authorize, close, and let's try to execute once again. Execute it. We have 403, which means forbidden. For access this endpoint, user should be in admin role. So first of all, let's create admin role. For that, go to RolesController and comment this authorize attribute and save it. Go to browser, and in here let's try it out. Add admin and execute it. We have 20 successful role created. And now go to register and add admin user here. Add admin user. Go to account and register. Try it out. And add role here, admin, and execute it. Account successfully created. Go to RolesController and comment it out and save it. Go to login and try it out. Execute it. Let's copy this token, and here let's add bearer token, space, paste it, and authorize. Let's try it out. Okay, look, we have list of users, so we have implemented role-based authentication. Now let's implement role assign endpoint. So create post method for assign role to user. HTTP post and endpoint name assign. Let's create function public assign task. I have some result. Assign role here from body. Role assign DTO. Role assign DTO. First of all, let's create role assign DTO. Go to DTO, and here let's create role assign DTO. Let's add property prop string user ID, prop string role ID, let's save it. Here let's find user and store in variable var user void and user manager, and find by id assign. Let's pass role assign DTO dot user ID and let's check if user is not, then return not found with message user not found. Let's find role by id var role manager dot find by id async role assign dtu dot role id. Let's check if role is null, return not found with message role not found. If we have user and role, then let's add to role var result user manager dot add to role async pass user and role dot role name. Here just await our result, and here pass role dot name. Let's add await here, and let's say result is succeed, then return okay. Pass here new anonymous object new message. If error, then just store error result dot error dot find and return bad request error dot description. Let's save it. Go to browser and login account as a admin user. Execute it. Let's copy this token, and here let's add bearer token. Let's try it out and go to roles, try it out, execute it, copy this user ID and go to assign role. Here just add user ID and in roles copy this role ID and add role ID here, execute it. We have role assigned successfully. Go to account and execute. We have admin role in test user. Let's create Angular project. Go to terminal and new terminal. Here type ng new application name client. And let's select CSS, and just for now let's enter no, and our Angular client project is created. So let's run our application. Go to client and npm start. Here just press O, go to browser. We have default template here, so we don't need this default content here. So go to client and src app component.html. Here remove everything, add here router outlet only. Browser. Now we have nothing here. In this tutorial we are going to using Tailwind CSS and Angular material. So let's install Angular material first. Here type ng add Angular / material, enter, type s, select indigo pink, enter and type Y, enter. Now install another package, Tailwindcss. Go to Tailwindcss, get started, and here framework guide. We can see Angular here. Just click and just copy these things and go to terminal, paste it, and here just copy this tailwind config.js and go to tailwind config.js, Ctrl A and paste it, save it, go to here, just copy these styles and go to style.css and paste it. Okay, run our application, npm start, go to app component HTML and here just confirm our tailwind class text 5xl, text rate 700. Let's save it, go to browser. We have installed Tailwindcss. Let's verify our Angular material. Go to app component ts and import mat button module, and here just import mat button module from Angular and replace button. Stay there. Let's save it, and in app component HTML let's add button. Let's click and here add mat button, raised button. Let's save it, go to here, we have Angular material button, so we have installed Angular material and Tailwindcss. Next, let's build login form. So let's kill our terminal, Ctrl C and Y. Let's clear our terminal. Let's add new component called login. Here let's create our login component inside pages. So ng g generate c component, here pages, inside pages let's create login component and skip test. First of all, let's go to our app.ts. Here just add path login and component, login component, save it, and let's run our application once again. Here just type login, we have login org. Here just go to app component HTML, remove it, and we have login org here. Hello guys, welcome back. In this video we are going to build this home page. We have two components here, navbar component and homepage component. So let's get started. Go to terminal and new terminal. Here just navigate to client project and let's clear it. Let's generate our navbar component first. Ng generate component, inside components let's create navbar. Let's skip test for now, we don't need test here. Let's press enter and we have successfully created navbar component. Here inside app and component we have navbar component. So let's add this component in our app component HTML. So go to app component HTML, app of router outlet, let's add app navbar So here we have error, app navbar is not known element. That means we need to import our navbar component inside app component ts. Go to app component ts and here import our navbar component. So let's save it and let's run our application. npm start. Let's click this link, control click. We have navbar work here. Next, let's design our navbar component. Go to navbar component HTML, control P, navbar component HTML. Here, add div, inside div, mat toolbar. So let's import toolbar module in our navbar component. Here, mat toolbar module. Let's import, control click. VS Code is not suggesting here, so let's import manually. Import mat toolbar module. From where? From at Angular and material. Inside material, let's add toolbar. Let's save it and go to navbar component HTML. We have no error here, and let's add color primary, and here let's add one button, button mat icon button, and inside button let's add mat icon, and let's say menu, and let's go to navbar component and import mat button module and mat icon module. Here manually import mat icon module from Angular material icon. Save it, go to navbar component, let's save it and go to browser. We have our menu icon here. Let's add router link here for navigate to homepage. Let's add a and router link, and give /path my app, and let's save it. Go to browser. We have my app, and let's see console. We don't have error here, but we need to import router link in our navbar component. So here let's import router link here and save it. Okay, we have now /router here. Let's add two link here, login and register. So go to component and here add div and give class wfull. Here add div, and inside div let's add another div and give class flex gap. Let's give 5 and item center. Inside this div let's add router link, add login route here, and inside here login text here, and here also let's duplicate it and add register here, register. Let's save it we have login and register. Here we have no space between login and register. Add mat button, and here also mat button. Save it. We have our mat button. Let's click this login. We have login work page, and we have another register. Let's click register. We don't have register page yet, so for now don't worry about this register page. Okay, now let's add our home page component. Go to terminal and let's add another terminal here. Let's generate home page component nggc. Inside pages, let's generate home page and skip paste. Look, we have home page generate. Let's add home page component in route. Go to approute.ts. Here let's add path, and let's give input path here, and component home page component. Let's save it. Go to browser, go to home. We have home org. So home page is our default page when we don't have any route here. So now let's design our home page. Go to home page component. Let's add div. Give class flex item center, and let's say flex column, and pt 56 will be good. It's screen for full height. And here let's add another div. Give class is screen. Inside this div let's add s1 and give class of text4xl, and text center, let's make it center, font bold, and mi10 will be good. Welcome to, and let's add here some style in span tag. Text 5xl, give class text 5xl, text green 800, and let's say my app. And here let's add another div. Give class flex cool, item center, gap 5, g5, justify center. You can type gc and enter, and inside this div let's add h1 and class text to excel, and add h1 you are not. Save it. Go to browser. Let's remove this class from here and save it. Okay, and let's add anchor tag for navigating to login. Router link / login, add login. Inside anchor tag let's add button, class pg blue 500, and over pg blue 700, text white, font bold, py2 px4, and rounded md. Let's say login. Save it. Go to browser. We have login. Here we have mistake. Let's say router link and go to component. Let's import router link here. Save it, go to browser, we can navigate into login. So next, let's add Google font in our application. Go to fonts.google.com and search for Poppins. Select this Poppins font and get font and get embed code, and let's select import for web, and let's select for this import. Let's copy this code and go to style.css, and here let's paste it, remove this style and save it. Go to Tailwindcss and here let's add font family, and here add Poppins. Let's add here Poppins, save it and go to index.html. Inside class here add font Poppins and PG select. Let's remove this matte typography and save. Go to browser, we have font changed. Let's add padding in our navbar. Go to navbar HTML. Here just give style padding 10 pixel, 30 pixel. Save it. 50 pixel will be good. Okay, we have homepage and navbar component. Let's make this font big. Go to homepage and class text to Excel. Text to Excel. Save it. Now it look good. Hello guys, welcome back. In this video we are going to build login form using Angular material and Tailwind CSS. So let's get started. Here inside app and inside pages we have login. So let's open login component HTML, and here let's remove this and add div, and here let's give class its screen flex item center and justify center. Here inside div let's add form, and inside form let's add some classes for form, and here shadow md, rounded md, v5, bg white, w. Inside form let's add another div, give class vi4, and here let's add h1 tag, and let's add class font bold, vi2, add login. Let's save it. Go to terminal. In terminal navigate to client project and npm start. Let's click login. We have login here. Let's add here s6 and give class of textlet 600, text base, and here let's add text login to your account. Here let's add mat form field appearance field. Let's add class double full, we have error here. Let's go to component. Here import MatInput module. Let's import manually MatInput module from Angular material input. Save it. Go to our login. Mat level. Inside mat level, let's add email input. Mat input placeholder email and let's add mat icon and mat prefix email. First of all, let's import mat icon module. Save it. Browser, we have email. Let's add another mat form field, appearance field, class w full, mat level, and inside mat level here add password and input. Mat input placeholder password. Let's set close it. Add icon, mat icon, mat prefix. Let's add log here. Let's add password toggle icon here. Go to login component HTML and here add mat icon, mat suffix. Let's add visibility. Look, we have eye icon here. Let's add button. Add the int button class w full border select 200 disabled vg for false 400 py2 px3 pg for false 700 text white, font bold, type submit here, add login, save it. Just make it little round md. Let's make it this icon toggle. So go to login component ts. Let's add variable height true and let's go to login component html. Here let's add height true, then let's add visibility off, otherwise visibility. Save it and let's bind click event here. Say height save it. Look, we have toggle field abc. Let's toggle again. So we need to add type here inside mat input. Let's add type and here height true, then password, otherwise text. Save it. Go to browser. Let's test. Look, we have test. Okay, we have implemented this one. Now let's add reactive form in input reactive form module. Save it. Go to down and here let's save form and form group. Let's inject form builder inject form builder, and let's implement on init control dot and enter. Let's code and here paste it. Let's initialize our form in this dot form fv.group. Let's say email and add here validation validators dot required validators dot email. For password, let's validators dot required. Save it. Go to login component HTML. Let's add form control name email, and here let's add form control name password. Here in form, let's add form group form, and let's add ng submit login. Let's go to login component and define our login function. Save it and go to browser. We have now required field here. Let's disable login button when form is invalid. Go to button here and add disable property here, not form.valid here. Save it. You can see our login button is disabled. Let's add some email here, gmail.com. Okay, we have our form valid and login button is enabled. Let's add another div here and let's give class my5. Let's give class my5 and here let's add span class text select for 600. Let's say don't have an account, anchor tag and class text purple 700 at router link register date register here and go to component. Let's import here router link save it. Let's add array here, save it. Look, we don't have account register. In the next video we will implement login functionality. Thank you for watching. Hello guys, welcome back. This is the part 5 of JWT authentication. So in this section we are going to implement login functionality. So let's get started. First of all, let's generate auth service city client, and inside client generate service and auth and skip test. We have here auth service, and let's generate environments ngg environments. Let's add production false and API URL. Let's add backend API URL. Save it and let's copy this to variable and paste in development environment. Save it and go to auth service Here let's import API URL from environment. So here API URL of type string. Let's import environment and API URL. Here let's implement login function. Login. Let's say data head of type login request. So first of all, let's create another terminal and let's go to back and API and start our backend application. Here we can see our login endpoint. Inside login point we have type of email, we have object of type email and password. So let's generate login request. Here let's make it little bigger. Here let's generate login request interface and generate interface. Inside interfaces let's add login request interface. Look, we have inside interfaces we have login request. Here let's go to browser and copy these two fields and paste here. Remove this string quotation, save it. Here let's import control dot and import. Let's add return type here, observable of what. Go to here and we can see we have response type is token, is success and message, which all type are string. Copy it. Here let's add auth response interface. Let's generate interface and here let's add auth response interface. Look, we have auth response interface. Let's click it and here let's paste our response here. Here also save it and let's import control dot and import. Let's import HTTP client here, private HTTP and HTTP client. Here let's add this dot http dot post and let's add URL here, this dot API URL slash account slash login. We have slash account slash login here and let's add here data and 5 and here let's map our response. Response goes to if response dot, let's add return type here, this return auth response and let's check if response dot is success, then add our response token in local storage. So local storage dot set item, let's say token and let's add response dot token here and here return response back. Save it. Here let's extract this into reusable variable. Got here let's add private variable if token key token. Let's add here this dot token key return this. Save it. Now let's go to login component and inject auth service. Here auth service and inject auth service here. save it. Inside login, let's call our login method. This dot auth service dot login, and let's pass this dot form dot value here, and let's subscribe response goes to, let's log it into console response, and let's save it and run our application. npm start. Here let's go to login and let's see console, Ctrl Shift I. Here we can see null injector error, so go to appconfig.ts and provide http client. Here provide http client, save it. Let's go to console again. We don't have any error here. Look, let's fill up form login. Look, we have another error, cross origin error, so we need to enable cross origin from backend. So go to program cs and go to little down. Here let's add app.use course. Let's add here options goes to options dot allow any header, options dot allow any method, and option dot allow any origin. Save it. Let's restart our backend project. Ctrl C. Go to browser and let's test again. Clear it. Login. We have 404. First of all, let's create account from here. Let's try it out. Our account created successfully. So let's go to client and let's add and let's log in. We have error here. Let's go to auth service and remove this slash from here. Save it. Go to browser. You can see we have login successful. We have token here and is success true, message login success. Let's see our application and local storage 4200. You can see our token is stored in our local storage. After login success, let's redirect to homepage and show toast login success. Go to login component and inject here mat snack bar. Inject here mat snack bar. Let's import first here mat snack bar module and import here mat snack. Here remove these things and let's add next. After response goes to, let's inject here router, inject router, and after success let's show toast this dot mat snack bar dot open response dot message, and let's get close. Let's add duration 5000 millisecond and horizontal position center, and after this let's navigate to this dot router dot navigate in home page. Navigate to home page. If error happen, then error goes to error. Here let's show this dot snack bar dot open. Let's copy it from here, paste it, error dot message, save it, go to browser, click let's login success. Let's look our console. We have token set successfully and we have implement login method here. Hello guys, welcome back. This is the part 6 of our JWT authentication. We have already implemented login functionality in part 5. So in this video we are going to show user after successfully login in the home page here like this and here. So let's get started. Go to Auth Service and here let's implement Get Token method which return token from local storage. So let's say get token and return type will be string or null, goes to local storage. This dot token key, and if we don't have token key, let's return empty string here. Let's implement is logged in method, is logged in, which return boolean. Let's store token here, const token, this dot get token, and let's check if we don't have token, then return false. Otherwise return this dot is token expired. Let's implement this method, control click declare method. So here let's cut from here and below, paste here. Let's implement is token expired method. First of all let's store token here, get token, and let's check if we don't have token, then return true. Otherwise let's decode our token, constant decoded, and JWT decode token. Let's pass token here. Let's install JWT decode npm package. Go to terminal and go to client, npm install JWT decode, enter, go to package.json. We have, let's search for JWT token. We have 4.0.0 version. So here let's close this terminal and control dot add import constant is token expired date dot now greater equal decoded and gets exp into 1000. Here return is token, and let's implement logout method here. Logout, this return void, and local storage dot remove item. Let's pass here this dot token key. Let's check here if this token expired, then this dot, then call this dot logout method, save it. Here we have implement is login method and is token expired. Let's make it private method, private, and get token. Let's make it also private method. Close it and go to Navbar component ts, and here let's inject auth service, inject auth service, and here inject router here, also inject router inject router, and let's is login method here is logged in, return this dot auth service dot is logged in, save it. Now go to Navbar component HTML. Here let's check if is logged in, then let's render here div, and inside div let's create another div here, class flex gap 5 item center, and inside this div let's add a and mat menu trigger for menu. Let's give class flex gap 2 cursor pointer item center. Let's close it. Inside this anchor tab let's create another div and give class visited 400 text white font bold shadow md and rounded md. Let's make rounded full. W5 H5 V5 H5 V5 and flex justify center. Inside here let's add for now a here, and after this div let's add another div and let's give class of text white flex cool. Inside this div let's add h1 and give class v0 m0 and font medium. Inside here let's add name Puspo here, and after this h1 let's add paragraph and give class p0 m0 font medium text xs. Let's make it medium text xs. Let's make font medium and text xs and add here role. Let's say dummy admin role here. After this anchor tab let's add mat menu, and for menu mat menu small e, close it. Inside here button and add router link here. Let's add account and let's pass 1 here for now, and mat menu item, close it. Inside here let's add mat icon and account circle. Let's add here view profile span, inside span view profile and another button. Let's add another button here, button and mat menu button, mat menu item here and mat icon, logout span. Let's add logout text here. Let's save it. Go to Navbar component ts and here let's add mat menu module and import manually. Import mat menu module from Angular as material and menu. Save it. Let's run our application. npm start. Go to browser. We have here avatar with name and role. Hide login and register link if we have logged in. So go to Navbar component HTML and here let's check let's say else, and paste this code inside else section. Save it. Now we can see here avatar and username. Let's go to auth service, and here let's implement get user detail method, and first of all let's store token, and this dot get token. If there is no token, then return true. If we have token, then const decoded token JWT decode token, and let's say constant user detail is equal to id decoded token dot name id. Let's say type any here. Let's make it type any for now, and full name decoded token dot name, email decoded token dot email, and roles decoded token dot role. If you don't have role, then let's pass empty array, return user detail. Save it. Go to Navbar component HTML, and here let's check ng if auth service dot get user detail is user detail, and go to component, add here common module, instead of this a, let's add here user detail dot, sorry, we have here mistake in auth service. Let's go to auth service, instead of true let's pass null here. Save it. Go to Navbar component, user detail dot full name. Here let's add user detail dot roles. Save it. Go to browser, you can see June and user role. Let's add here item center. Let's save it. We have here J. Let's click this avatar, and we can see view profile. Here we don't see icon. Go to component HTML, and here we have mistake here. Let's add circle. Save it. Now we can see icon. Here we have already logged in, but we have here you are not logged in, so let's fix it. Let's close everything and go to home component HTML, and go to component. Here let's inject auth service, inject auth service, and here save it and go to home component HTML. Here let's check if auth service dot get user detail, then let's render h1 class text 2xl and username here. Auth service dot get user detail dot full name, and add here text you are logged in as span tag, and get add class here, a font bolt, busy blue 600, text white, and move this here. Otherwise, let's render. Let's cut it and paste here. Save it. Go to, we have here, you are logged in a zone. So let's make it little rounded MD P2 P4 P2 will be good. Now let's implement this logout method here. Go to Navbar component HTML, Navbar component TS, and here let's define logout method. This .auth service .logout. Here let's inject mat snack bar, inject snack bar, and import here mat snack bar module. And after login, let's display message this dot mat snack bar dot open. Let's put here log out success and close. Duration 5000 millisecond and horizontal position center, and navigate to login page. This router navigate login. Save it and go to Navbar HTML. Let's bind this click event here. Click and log out. Save it. Go to, hello guys, welcome back. This is the part 7 of JWT authentication. In this video we are going to build this beautiful register page. So let's get started. Go to terminal and new terminal. Go to client project and let's generate register component here. ng inside pages register and skip test. Register page is created. So go to approute.ts and here let's duplicate it, and here let's set register and register component here. Save it and go to Navbar component HTML, and here we have already added register link here. So let's start our application. Take a look. Here we have register. Let's click register and register work here. So now let's design our register page. Go to register component HTML. Here remove this. Let's add div here. Give class is screen, flex item center, justify center, and let's add form class shadow MD, rounded MD, and v5 busy white w1y, and here let's add div and class of vy4. Inside this div let's add h1 and class font bold text xl vy2, register. Save it. Take a look, we have register here, and let's add after h1 let's add h6 here and give class text select 600. Let's give class text select 600 and text base add create your account text here, and after this div let's add mat form field appearance. Let's add appearance fill and class wfull. Let's go to register component and import MatInput module, save it, and here let's add mat label, and inside mat label add email here, and after this mat label let's add input mat input and placeholder email, home control name for now email, and icon here, add icon mat icon mat fix, and let's add email here, save it, take a look, and let's import mat icon module here, mat icon module, save it, we have email field. Now let's add full name field, let's add mat, let's copy this one and paste it here, add, let's add full name and mat prefix, add portion here, save it, we have full name, and let's paste again, add rules here, and inside icon let's add groups, save it, we have role field, but we need, instead of this mat input field, let's add here mat select here, and go to component, import here mat select module, and here let's import mat select module from Angular material select, save it. Now let's add here mat option, for now let's add here admin and duplicate it and user here, save it, go to register, and here we have admin and user, and let's make it multiple, and here let's add multiple attribute, save it, we have selectable. Here let's add another input field, HTML, let's add here password, placeholder password, placeholder full name, and instead of email let's add here log, save it, we have here password field, let's add type password, now we have password field, let's duplicate it, and let's add here confirm password, type password and confirm password, save it, have another field with let's add here button class wfull, border select 100, disabled pg for 400 py2 px3 bg purple 700 purple 700 and type submit register here and add text register. Save it. We have register button. Let's add text white here, text white and rounded empty. Look, we have register button, and let's add here text div class mi4, and inside this div let's add a span tag and give class of text slate 600, and let's add text here. Already have an account question mark, and here give class text purple 700 and add router link here, login, remove this active link from here and add text login. Go to register component and import router link here. Save it. Now let's add reactive form module. Let's import reactive form module here, and inside register component let's inject here form group. Here let's inject form builder. Let's create register form of type form group and inject router, and let's implement on init interface. Let's implement it control dot and implement interface. Got it, paste it, and this dot register form is equal to this dot form dot group here email field, and let's add empty value validators dot required validators dot email, and for password add here password and keep empty value, initial value empty, and validators dot required, and here full name validators dot required roles. Here let's add empty array, initial value empty string, and confirm password. Let's keep empty value and validators dot required. Let's remove this comma. Now let's make password. Let's add icon here, mat icon and mat suffix. Let's add here visibility, we have icon here. Let's go to component and add here variable confirm password height and boolean. Let's copy it and go to component. Here let's add confirm password height true, then visibility off, otherwise visibility, and let's bind here click event here equal to not confirm password height. Go to browser, let's test it. We have toggle button, but let's add here type and confirm password height true, password authorize text here. Yes, it here. Let's make password toggle here, this one, and paste here. Password height and password height, let's make it password height, and let's go to component and define boolean variable here, and let's copy this one and paste it here. Let's remove this confirm here, make this true, and remove this one. Remove this one and add password here. Let's test once again here. Now we can toggle our password and confirm password here. Browser, and let's log out. We have log out and redirect to login. Let's see local storage here, and we don't have here token in our local storage. Hello guys, welcome back. This is the part 8 of JWT Authentication. In this video we are going to implement register functionality. So let's get started. Let's go to register component HTML, and here let's add form group and form group name. Here we have register form, and we submit register. Let's define register method in our register component here. Let's define register method, save it, and go to component and add here form control name. We have here email and form control name, full name, and here let's add form control name and confirm password, and here password control name. Here let's add form control name roles. Let's start our frontend and backend project. Go to client and npm start, and go to API, and .NET was run. Here we have static roles, so let's replace this role with dynamic roles. Here we have roles API, so let's implement role service and get roles from backend. Go to terminal, let's add another terminal, and here cd client ng generate service. Inside services folder, let's add here role service and skip test. Role service generated. Let's implement get roles. Let's define API URL here and environment.api URL. Let's inject here HTTP client, and here let's implement get roles method with the return observable list of roles observable this.http.get this.api URL and roles observable of role array. Here we have array of role, so let's define role interface. Go to interfaces, and here let's create new file role.ts and add here export interface role id string, name string, Let's close it and import role. Let's add here role array. Go to register component ts. Let's inject here role service. Inject role service. Let's define here roles observable variable, observable of role array. And inside onInit method, initialize roles with this dot role service dot get roles, and go to register component HTML. Let's remove this option, and here let's add for item in roles. Let's track with item. Add here async 5 and go to component. Let's import here async 5. Save it. Go to component HTML and let's render here item dot name. Let's wrap this inside mat option. Let's bind value here item dot name. Let's save it. Go to browser. Let's look console. We have 401 unauthorized error, so go to RolesController and add here allow anonymous and save it, and let's refresh it. Now we have dynamic role here, user and admin. Let's close it. Let's disable this register button if register form is invalid. So here disable not register form dot valid. Let's save it. We have our register button disabled. Let's implement custom validation password and confirm password. Let's add here private method password match validator. Let's add here control abstract control type array of key string boolean or null. Store here password control dot get password dot value and constant confirm password control dot get confirm password dot value. Let's check if password does not equal to confirm password, then return password mismatch true. Otherwise return null. And add here, let's add here validators and this dot password match validator. Go to register component HTML and let's display password and confirm password validation error. Inside this span tag, let's display message passwords do not match, and only display if register form dot has error. And here we have password mismatch state and register form dot get confirm password dot t and confirm password dot toss. Let's go to browser and test it. Let's add abcd password do not match here. Let's put and paste it here. Let's give class here text red. Let's add class text red 600. Save it. Let's test again. Test. We have password do not message here. Let's ABC. Okay. Let's write logic for register method. First of all, let's inject here auth service. Inject auth service, and inside register, let's say this dot auth service dot register. First of all, let's implement register method inside auth service. Here, let's duplicate it and register data of type register request, and let's create register request interface. Inside interfaces, let's add here register request.ts, export interface register request, email of type string, password of type string, and full name string, roles array of string. Save it. Let's import it, and account register. Let's remove this pipe from here. Let's close it. Go to register component. Here let's pass this dot register form dot value and subscribe. Next response, let's log response, and let's inject here MatSnackBar. Inject MatSnackBar and import here MatSnackBar module, and let's display snackbar. This dot is MatSnackBar dot open response dot message and close. Duration 5000 millisecond and horizontal position center. Error occurred. Error of type HTTP error response goes to, if let's say error of type of status 400, let's display snackbar dot open validations error close. After completed, let's log into console.log register success. Here let's define error here, errors of type validation errors, and go to interfaces. Let's add here validation error.ts, export interface validation error, code and description here, and let's import it. Control dot and import. Here let's initialize errors, error. Save it. Go to register component HTML. Here let's display error. For error, let's say t and give class bg red 100 border mb2 flex column and gap 2 border red 400 text red 400 px4 py4 rounded md relative div. Add here class text xs and error dot description here. Save it and go to browser. Let's test our application. Register endpoint, trace user, gmail.com, user, roles user, passport. Look, we have account created and message here. Let's try it again. Look, we have validation error and user test user at gmail.com is already taken. Let's add here p2. After restore success, let's redirect to login page. So here let's add this router.navigate and navigate to login. Save it. Let's test another user 21 at gmail.com. Look, we have redirected to login. Hello guys, welcome back. This is the part 10 of JWT Authentication. In this video, we are going to implement profile detail of current login user. Let's take a look what we are going to build in this video. So go to user and view profile. We are going to implement this profile detail page with current login user detail. So let's get started. First of all, let's go to terminal and new terminal and go to client project, generate account component inside pages and ngc pages. Here let's add account and skip test component generated. So let's go to account component ts. Let's inject here auth service, inject auth service. First of all, let's restart our backend project. cd api and .NET was run. Here in account/detail, take a look, copy this return type object and go to interfaces and file. Let's add user detail.ts. Let's export interface user detail. Let's paste it and let's add a string from the let's save it. Go to auth service and let's implement get detail method. Detail and let's add here observable of user detail this dot http dot get type user detail and add here this dot api url and account/detail. Let's save it. Go to account component ts and here let's store account detail this dot auth service dot get user dot get detail. Let's save it and let's design our account component html and here let's add div class screen flex item center and inside it div class container mx auto mi8 and p8 bg white inside this div and let's add shadow also here, shadow md, rounded md, max wmd. Inside this div let's add s1 and give class text 3xl and text gray 600 and add text here account detail and let's make it bold, font bold, mb4 text center, mb4 text center. Let's go to app.route.ts and add here, duplicate it and account/id and here account component. Save it, run our application. npm start, click on this user and view profile. We have account detail here, but let's make it center. Here let's add here mx auto. Save it. We have account detail center now and let's add here div ngif account detail async as user and go to component import common module, save it, close, and inside this div let's add another div class of text center, not clip center here. Inside this div let's add another div of class rounded full vg blue 400, maybe 500 will be good, and mi4 text 4xl w24 h24 will be good. Inline flex, item center, justify center, font bold, and let's make text white. And inside this div let's add here user dot full name and get first character and make uppercase. And class ui4 border select 400, and add here another div class grid equals 2 and gap 4. Inside this div let's add another div of class text gray 600 font bold. Let's add here full name, duplicate it, and let's add 800 and make it medium. Display here user dot full name in title case. Let's duplicate these two divs, and here let's add email user dot email and remove this title case, and let's add here another div class text gray 600 font bold and gives rules. After this div let's add another div and add ul, and add here ul class flex gap 1 text xs. Inside this let's add li, and let's keep class text gray 800 font. Let's add here vg green of 700, text white rounded md py1 px2, and here let's iterate with roles ng for let role in role of user dot roles. Let's render here role. After this div let's add here another div class text gray 600 font bold, paste here user dot phone number otherwise. Let's duplicate it and add here axis field count, and here axis field count. Let's save it and go to browser. We have account detail here, we don't see the things. Let's look console. We have 401 unauthorized error. This means we need to send authorization token in header when accessing this account detail endpoint. So for this we need to add here interceptor. So let's implement Auth Interceptor, terminal and new terminal. Let's go to client, and here let's generate interceptor, ng generate interceptor. Inside interceptor let's add here auth. Let's keep name token interceptor. Our interceptor is generated. Let's take a look. We have interceptor. Inside interceptor we have token interceptor. Here let's remove it and constant token. Let's inject here auth service and check if. Let's rename this with auth service, and if auth service dot get token, go to auth service and let's make token get token method public. Let's remove private here and go to token interceptor. Here let's say get token. Let's clone header constant clone request.clone, and here headers. Let's add here request.headers.set authorization, and here let's add bearer space plus auth service.get token and return next clone. Finally, let's return here next request. Let's go to app config and add provide client with interceptor. Let's add here token interceptor, save it and go to browser. You can see now we have account detail. Let's take a look in network tab. We have 200 success and we can look here authorization header. We have bearer and our token is here, so we can successfully send token using token interceptor. Let's make it little round. Go to account component HTML and here, and instead of 24 and here 24, save it. You can see now, see our account detail page. Let's add here, let's go to Navbar component HTML and instead of 1 let's pass here user detail dot id. Save it. We can go to home page and click here view profile. We have account detail here. Let's log out our application and let's try to access account /1. We still can access this account page. How can we prevent this account detail page when user is not logged? So for this we need to implement AuthGuard. Let's implement AuthGuard. So go to terminal, let's go to client and generate guard here, AuthGuard ngg guard. Inside guard let's add here AuthGuard and skip test and let's select can active, enter guards. Inside guard we have AuthGuard generated here. Let's remove it and constant, let's say mat snack bar and inject mat snack bar. Let's check if, let's inject here auth service and let's check for is logged in. If user is logged in, let's return true. Otherwise let's show mat snack bar dot open message you must be logged in to view this page and let's add here okay and let's pass duration 3000 milliseconds. Save it and return false. And go to route app.route.ts. Let's add here can activate and pass AuthGuard. Let's save it and go to browser. Let's add here account /1. We can see we must log to view this page, and after this message let's navigate to home page, inject router and navigate to home page. Let's save it and let's try again. Here we can see message and immediately redirect to home page. So we have successfully implemented user detail page. So let's try it. We can see view profile, user ID here and new account detail here. Hello guys, welcome back. This is part 10 of JWT Authentication. So in this tutorial we are going to implement RoleGuard and this user page. This user page can only access by admin role. So we will fetch all users and their roles, and normal user cannot see these roles and user here. So here let's log in as normal user. And we cannot see here user menu here. So let's get started. Let's go to terminal and new terminal. Go to client project and let's generate user component nggc. Inside pages let's add users and skip test. User component generated. Let's go to auth service. Let's close it and go to Auth Service. Let's implement here get all method which return list of user, date return type observable of user detail. Let's return this dot http dot get and user detail array. Here let's add endpoint this dot API URL and account. Save it, go to user component and let's inject here auth service. Inject here auth service and go to app route component ts and register users path and users component. Let's save it. Now let's generate RoleGuard. Go to terminal, new terminal, go to client guard nggg. Inside guards add here role and skip test. Let's select for can active and hit enter. RoleGuard generated. Let's implement our logic here. Remove this and get roles from route.data. Here let's pass roles as string array. Let's inject here auth service and inject auth service and another one. Let's inject here inject MatInput. Now let's inject router also. Inject router. First of all, let's check user is logged in. Let's check if user is not logged in. Auth service dot is logged in, is not logged in. Let's navigate to login. Router dot navigate to login and let's display toast MatInput.open. You must log in to view this page and let's add OK. Duration 5000 millisecond and return here false. And here let's get user roles from auth service. Get roles. Let's implement this get roles method in auth service. Its return type is string array or null. Constant token. This dot get token. This dot token get token. If we don't have token, then return null. Constant decoded token JWT decode and let's pass token here. Return decoded token dot role. Let's add here any and if we don't have role, let's return null. Save it, go to RoleGuard and check if roles dot sum role goes to, let's say roles dot includes role, then return true and router dot navigate to home page and let's display toast MatInput.open. You do not have permission to view this page. Let's add OK and duration 5000 millisecond and finally return false. Go to app route and add here data and let's pass role admin here and add here can activate RoleGuard. Let's run our application. npm start. Let's take a look. Go to browser and try to access users. You must log in to view this page. Let's login as the normal user and access users. We have permission error, so normal user cannot view users. So let's log out and login as admin user and try to access user route. Now we can navigate to user. Admin user can only see this user. Now let's design this users component. Let's remove this and add here div and class mx60 vi10, and inside this div let's add s1 of class text3xl font bold all users. After this let's add another div and class of shadow md text left rounded md and empty4 table head and class w full rounded md t head. Inside t head let's add tr and ts of class px4 border pi2 name. Let's duplicate it and add here email. Let's add here the body. Let's iterate with the item of users. Let's define here users dollar variable and auth service dot get all. Let's add here async, import async5 and track with item.id. Let's add tr and inside this tr td of class border px4 p/2, and here let's render item dot full name and email and roles dot join with comma. If we don't have role, then render, save it, go to browser, you can see name, email and role here. So now let's add here link user in Navbar component HTML. After mat menu let's add here a and let's check if user detail dot roles dot includes admin, then only show this mat icon groups and add here mat button. Let's save it, go to browser, take a look, we have this user icon. Let's go to home page and navigate and add here router link of users, save it and click this icon. We can navigate to all users. Hello guys, welcome back. This is the part 11 of JWT Authentication. In this video, we are going to implement this role management where admin can only access this role management. Here we will implement add role method. Customer add, we have customer. With user we don't have customer user add, so 0 here. Let's assign role to user, customer to role customer. Let's assign. Now we have one customer here, so we can delete this role like this. So let's get started. Let's generate role component inside pages and gc pages. Inside pages let's add here role and skip test. Role component generated, add remove this and add div with class mx96 mi40 v3. Let's add here s1 inside this with class text2xl font semi-bold and add here role management. Let's add here sr with class mi3, another div with class flex and double full mi3. First of all, let's go to app route ts and add here role route roles and roles component. Let's generate another component, role form component. Inside component nggc components, and here components. Inside component, let's add role form component and skip this. Let's go to component and role form component. Here let's add form div with class rounded md and md5 v5. Inside this div, let's add form and ng submit add. Inside this form, let's add here mat form field and give class w full. Add mat label, role name and input. Mat input name is equal to name, and let's add here ng model role name, and let's add placeholder role name, and let's make it required. Let's go to component and import mat form module, form field module, and mat button module, mat input module, and forms module. So we go to role component. Let's get input from parent and let's make it required true, and control dot input from Angular core. Let's say role type role create request. Let's create this role create request model. Go to interfaces and add here role create request.ts. Export interface and name role create request. Add here role name string, save it, close it, and let's import, save it, and here let's define this add method here, add method, and let's add here output this add role and event emitter. Let's add here role create request equal to, let's initialize it, new event emitter and role create request. Style to parent communication, we add our decorator, and let's add here this dot add role dot emit. What we emit this dot role from here. When this form submit, then this component notify to parent component, emit event to parent component. Here let's check if we don't have role name, and then let's add here mat error. Inside this error, role name is required. Add here class of text base, and after this mat form field, let's check if error message, this message comes from parent component, and let's print this message in span class text base and text rate 500. Print this error message here. Go to role form component and input message of type string error message. After this, add here div and add here button disabled if we don't have role name, and let's add type submit, and let's give class of vg purple 600 vx4 disabled, and here vg purple 400, okay, rounded md, and text white py2 p and mt2. Let's close these things and go to role component html. Inside this div, let's add another div and class of w1by2. Let's add here gap 3 and add here app role form, and let's import here role form component. We need to pass here error message to child component. Let's say error message and add role, create role and event. Let's go to this component and add here, let's inject here role service, inject role service. Let's define error message, and we need to define this create role. Here create role of type role create request, and pass another property role of role, and define role here, role create request. Now this component is ready. Let's run our application. npm start td api, and let's run .NET was run. So let's login as admin user which has admin role. Let's access roles here. We have role management. Take a look. We have cannot read undefined of role. So go to role component ts, and inside it create request, save it, remove this, and let's take a look. Now we have role name. Let's implement create role method. This dot role service dot create role. Let's go to role service and implement here create method. Let's duplicate it and add here create role observable of message string, here message string, and add here role of type role create request, and let's rename this post and add this role here. Save and go to role component ts. Let's add create role and pass here role dot subscribe. Next, response of type message string goes to. After successfully created role, then let's display snack bar. This dot snack bar. Let's inject a snack bar. Inject mat snack bar and mat snack bar module, and display here this dot snack bar dot open role created successfully, and okay. Duration will be 3000 milliseconds. Error happen, then error goes to let's error of type http error response, and let's check if error dot status is equal to 400. Then let's initialize error message with error dot error. Let's try it out. Go to browser and let's test it. Let's add here test and add role created successfully. Let's look network. We have role created successfully and payload add role method work. Let's display list of role here. So go to role component HTML. Let's generate role list component. Inside component, let's generate role list component. Let's keep test. Role list component generated. Let's go to role list component, and here let's get input from parent role component. Let's input roles of type role list or null, and let's add here required true, and go to role component HTML. Go to role list component HTML and remove this add div with class border select 100 border b border bottom p3 flex gap to justify between. Inside this, let's add table of class text left w full and border. Let's add thead. Inside this thead, let's add tr with class px5 will be good, and thead of class border, let's make it border, and p2 give name here name, and duplicate it users and actions here. After this tr, let's iterate this rule for role of roles and track by role.id. Inside here, let's display let's add tr of class border p, and inside this tr let's add td of class border p3, and name here role.name, another one total users, and let's remove this one, and here let's add div, let's add here div mat icon, and delete here, go to role list component, here let's import mat icon module, and let's make it flex item center gap 5 will be good, and let's bind here click event, click and delete role.id, let's pass role.id and give class cursor pointer text rate 600. Let's define this delete role in component id of type string, and here let's notify to parent component output delete role, let's make it delete and rename this delete of type event emitter string, and initialize this new event emitter, let's emit this dot delete role dot emit and pass id here, go to role list component ts and save it, let's close this and go to role, here let's add app role list, go to component and import first role list component, save it, go to component, and after div let's add another div class w full shadow sm, inside this div let's add app role list, and here roles let's pass role async and add role, delete role and pass event, close it, and let's define this variable here, let's define roles dollar of role service dot get roles, and another one is delete role, let's define this one and import here async 5, save it, delete role and id of string here, save it and go to browser, let's take a look, we have user admin test with their total user, let's implement this delete role method, let's go to role service, let's go to role service and here define, let's duplicate it and delete role, let's make delete id of type string, remove this and pass here id and make it delete, and go to role component ts, here let's implement here delete role, this dot role service dot delete and pass here id and subscribe it, next response goes to, let's display tools, this dot snap bar dot open successfully, close, duration 3000 millisecond, and after successfully delete role, let's initialize roles to this dot role service dot get role, and let's copy it, add here, and here error goes to error http error response, and let's log into console for now, let's display error, let's copy it and paste here and add here error dot message, save it, go to browser, let's delete this one, okay, we have role delete successfully and role phase, so we have implement add role and delete role, let's implement assign role, let's go to role service and duplicate this method and implement assign role method here, let's add here user id of type string and role id of type string, here let's add post roles and slash assign, we have implement this endpoint, this one we have user id and role id, add here user ID and role ID. Save it, go to role component ts and implement here. Go to role component HTML. After here you can define a small component inside component, but for this tutorial I am going to implement here without creating component. So here let's add div class v5mi3 and add here s1 of class font medium, assign role to user. After this h1 let's add another div of class flex gap 5. Inside this div let's add here mat form field. Let's add here mat form field class empty3 and mat label user. Let's add here mat select and bind value selected user. Let's iterate user of users sync and track by user.id. Let's go to component. Let's input here mat select module, mat input module and another one. Okay, and define this one here of type string, and let's define users this dot. Let's inject here auth service here this dot auth service all, and save it. And here let's mat option, let's bind value user.id and user.fullname. Let's duplicate this one and add here selected role. Define this one here, rename this roles and role.id role.name here. After this div let's add button and disable when there is no user selected or role, and here add class of bg for fall 600 disabled when disabled bg blue 300 text white rounded md vx4 ui. And let's bind click event here, click assign role. Let's close and add here assign and define this role in role component. Go to role component and go to bottom, add here assign role, and let's copy this one, paste here assign selected user, selected role. Let's save it, go to browser and test it. Let's create test role here, test role created, and assign this test, assign user1 to role test. Assign, we have one user with role test, so we have implemented this one. So let's bring down this assign role to user. Go to role component HTML and let's cut it and go to down, paste here, save it. Now we have beautiful looking form and table here. So now let's add here link roles. Go to nav component HTML and duplicate it, add here settings and here add roles and here also add users. Save it, go to browser, we have user and role. Let's rename these roles to roles. We have now. Hello guys, welcome back. This is the part 12 of JWT Authentication. In this tutorial we are going to implement forget password. So let's get started. Go to mailtrap.io and login. Click use Google account and select your account and continue. Okay, our mailtrap account created. Let's go to email sending and go to email template. Let's set up our new template create template and select domain. Let's select demomailtab.com and reset password. Create template. Let's send email. Go to test data and add here your email and example link. This will be replaced here and this link. So let's send test. Click this one. Test email successfully sent to this email. So go to email. You can see mail trap test password reset. We have this template here. We can click here. We can click this reset password and redirect it to domain. So for now, let's go to backend project and implement. Go to AccountController. First of all, let's create DTO. New class DTO. Add property email here. From tab string email string.empty and let's enter it with required and email address. Save it. Go to AccountController. Let's add here public async task of action result and forgot password DTO find user by their email user manager dot find by email async forgot password DTO dot email. Let's check user. If user is null, then return okay or new auth response DTO and let's pass it in is success false and message user does not exist with this email. Let's generate password reset token here where token await user manager dot generate password reset token async and pass user here and let's add here await. Let's generate reset link where reset link. Let's add here our frontend domain http localhost 4200 and reset password and email is equal to email is our user.email and token. Let's say token is let's add here web utility let's use system.net and URL include and pass a token. Let's go to mail trap and email sending email template here. Let's click reset password and integration. Let's select for here C#. Let's copy and paste here and let's comment this one now. Now let's add Nuget packet for Ctrl+C+P Nuget gallery. Add here rest sharp. Let's search for rest sharp, this first one, install it and let's create request here bar request new rest request from rest sharp. Let's add here method dot post and request format. Let's add data format dot JSON and here let's add request header, request.header, add here authorization, and add here this one, bearer, your token, paste it, and another one, let's add JSON body, request.add JSON body, and here new anonymous object, new, add here from new anonymous object, email, let's add here mail trap, add demo mailtrap.com to new, let's add array, new anonymous object, and email, let's add user.email, and let's add template UUID, and our template ID, let's go to, this is our template UUID, let's copy this one and paste it here, template variables, let's add new anonymous object of user email, of user.email, and pass reset link, and let's put it and paste here, response is client.execute request, and let's check if response is successful, then let's return OK of new authorize auth response TTO, and is success true, and message email sent with password reset link, please check your email. Okay, let's close it. Otherwise, let's return bad request of new response TTO is success false, and message will be to send. Let's go to terminal and go to API. Let's run application. .NET was run. We have error here, ambiguous HTTP for action. Let's add here allow anonymous, and add here HTTP post, and let's add here forgot password, save it. Let's go to browser and let's add here, try it out. Let's add here zone and let's execute it. Failed to send email, and let's remove this one, and here let's add response.content.toString. Save it, go to browser, let's test again, try it out. Zone, gmail.com. Let's execute it. We can see demo domain can only be used to send email to account owner. You can only send testing email to your own address. So this is our demo testing. So you need to add here your own email. So add here code with uspa@gmail.com and execute it. So let's create our account. Go to terminal and start our client application. cd client and npm start. Let's create account. Go to register and register your name. Our account created. Go to Swagger and let's test again. Execute it. Now email sent with password reset link. Check your email. Go to inbox. Now we can see from mail tab we have password reset request email here. Let's click this one. You can see we have reset password. So we don't have this route yet, so we cannot navigate to this reset link. You can see here bottom email and token here. Here you can see cannot match any route segment, reset password. Let's work on client project. Go to terminal and new terminal. Go to client and first of all let's generate forgot password component. ng-gc pages. Inside pages let's add forget password and skip test. Inside app and pages we have forget password. Let's add another one component. Inside pages let's add here reset password component generated. Let's go to app route and add this one. Here let's add forgot password and here forgot password component. Remove this one. Let's duplicate it and add here reset password and reset password here. Let's go to login component HTML. Here let's add here link for navigating to forget password. Let's add here anchor tag and add here router link. Let's navigate to forget password and add here forget password. Let's go to login component. We have forget password link. Let's add empty2 will be good. And let's click forget password. We have forget password here and here let's design input field. Go to forget password HTML and here let's add here div with class busy slate. Let's add here flex busy slate 50. Let's try center, item center, S screen and W screen. Inside this div let's add another div with class shadow sm w1/5 and p10 will be good. bg white will be good and wmd. Inside this div let's add here h1 and class text xl. Let's add forgot password, add here paragraph and class text xl font medium. Let's add here text slate 900 font semi bold. Add here email address. Let's add here input field of type email. name email, and here add class wfull mb2 border gray 200 will be good, border gray 200, border shadow sm p2 rounded md, add placeholder email and add button, and let's add disable property. Let's disable opacity 50, p2 busy slate 900, and rounded empty, text white empty2. Okay, let's add text request reset password, save it, go to browser, we can see here. Let's add margin here empty3, let's font medium, and let's add this one font bold, font access which we put font base. Okay, let's add here email, let's add email string and token email, and let's import here forms module. Let's go to HTML and add here ng model and email. Let's add disable property, and if we don't have email then disable it. Go to browser, now we can see disable button. Now let's go to auth service and add here forgot password method, and it will take email of type string. Let's copy this one and paste it, and http post of type auth response. Let's add here type observable of auth response, and let's remove this one and add here, let's remove this detail and add here forgot password, add here forgot password and email here, save it, go to forget password component ts and inject here auth service, let's inject here auth service, and let's inject here mat snack bar, inject mat snack bar, and import here mat snack bar module, and here let's add forget password function, and let's call this dot auth service dot forgot password. Let's pass this dot email here and subscribe. Next response will go to, if response dot is success, then this dot snack bar dot form response dot message and close. Let's add duration here 5000 millisecond, and let's add here temporary variable. Let's add here variable so email sent, let's add false by default, and so email sent, otherwise let's say this dot mat snack bar. Let's copy this one and paste it. Error goes to error, and let's paste it again. Add here error sending email. Let's add here error dot add here http error response error dot message. Save it, and after this let's add complete, and finally this dot. Let's add another variable here, is submitting false, and here add this dot is submitting true. Okay, save it and go to forget password. Let's find click event here, forget password, and let's add here, let's cut it, and let's check if so email sent true, then let's add here else section, paste it. Let's add here div class center, add s1 of class text xl, and font bold. Let's add paragraph tag and class mv1 mt3 text blue 700 font semi-bold. We have sent a password reset link, clear email, and add here mat icon, class of animate bounce, mt5 will be good, style with 100 pixel, height 100 pixel, and font size 80 pixel. Okay, color will be blue. Add here circle check, small check. Go to component and import mat icon, save it, go to password, save this one, and let's go to browser. Let's open console and add here code gmail.com. Let's send email, send with your password link. So let's see network, and let's response. Our email sent successfully. Let's go to our email. Now we can see mail trap request password here, and let's click this one. You can see password reset link. Let's click it. We have reset password all. Now let's implement this reset password component. Let's rename this with check underscore circle and add here text center. Save it. Let's try again. Code with Puspa. Let's request it. Now we can see beautiful check mark and our email here. Hello guys, welcome back. This is part 13 of JWT authentication. In this tutorial we are going to implement reset password, so let's get started. First of all, let's go to AccountController, and here let's create one HTTP method, public async task action result reset password, and here pass here reset password detail. And first of all, let's create reset password detail. Go to details and new class reset password detail. Let's add property string email string dot empty, another one prop string token string dot empty, string of new password string dot empty. Let's annotate with required, and email address let's make it required, and this one, and add length here, minimum length 6. Save it, go to AccountController, and here let's add here anonymous and http post, and add here reset password. Let's find user by their email, par user manager dot find by email async, add here reset password detail dot email, and let's check if user is null, then return bad request and object of auth response detail, and is success false, and message user does not exist with this email. Close it. If we have email, then let's reset password, so par result await, and here also user manager reset password async, add here user reset password detail dot token and reset password detail and new password. Let's check if result is succeed, then let's return okay. Pass here new auth response detail, here is success true, message password reset successfully. Otherwise let's return bad request, new auth response detail is success false, and message let's add here result dot errors dot first or default and their description. Let's run our application. Terminal, go to API, and .NET was run. Let's go to browser and test reset password. First of all, let's forget our password and execute it. Let's see our email. We have password reset request. Here, let's press this one and click this one. Let's copy this token, copy, and go to reset password. Try it out. Add here this token and add this email. Copy this one and paste here and reset password. Test it 1 2 3. Let's execute it. So we have invalid token here. So go to AccountController and let's decode our token. Reset password detail dot token is equal to web utility dot url decode reset password detail dot token, and let's try again. Let's forgot password. Let's add here your email. Let's execute it. Message sent. Go to email and let's open it. Copy link address and new tab, paste here, and let's copy this token, got it, and go to reset password. Try it out. Add this token here, and here let's add gmail.com, and here test it 3. Let's execute it. Okay, we have 200 success. This means password reset successfully. So let's work on client project. So go to, first of all, let's go to auth service and let's copy this one and paste it, and let's rename this reset password, and here data and name this reset password request. Let's copy this one and create interface. Right click, new file, reset password request ts, and here export interface and interface name. Let's add here email string, token string, and new password string. Save it, go to auth service, control dot and import here. Let's make it reset password and pass here reset password here, pass here pass data here. Save it, close it, and go to reset password component HTML and go to and design this component. Let's go to forgot password component HTML and copy this and paste here. Remove this one. Let's add reset email address and rename this reset password. Remove this request and duplicate this. Let's duplicate this one and here new password. Type password, go to component and here add reset password empty object as reset password request. So and go to HTML, here reset password email and reset password dot new password. Let's make it read only, and here let's import forms module and let's copy this one and go to component. Here let's add this function. Let's rename this one. Let's inject here auth service, inject auth service and router, inject router. Let's inject route, inject activated route, and let's inject mat snack bar and import here mat snack bar module. Let's implement interface on init and let's control dot and implement interface. Let's copy it and go to here and paste it. Let's get email and token from params. So here this dot route dot query params dot subscribe params goes to. Let's initialize this dot reset password dot email params email and this dot reset password dot token params token. Let's call our reset password here this dot auth service dot reset password, this dot reset password and subscribe. Next response goes to. Let's display message. Let's go to component ts and copy this one, paste it, snack capital V here. Let's make it capital V and here error goes to error and let's paste again. Add here type http response, http error response and add here error dot message. After password reset, let's navigate to login, this dot router dot navigate and here let's navigate to login. Save it. Let's run our client project and here let's rename this one with reset password dot email or reset password dot new password. Let's go to terminal and let's split terminal. Go to client and npm start. Let's go to localhost 4200 to go to login. Let's click forget password and enter email here and open console network. Let's click request new password and email send and go to email. Let's check our new password request, open it and click here and enter your new password here. Let's open console and go to network tab and reset it. You can see here invalid token, so go to AccountController. We don't need this to decode this URL, so let's comment it and click reset again. So we have password reset successfully. So let's log in. We can log in successfully. So we have implemented reset password. Hello guys, welcome back. This is the part 14 of JWT authentication. In this tutorial, we are going to implement change password. So let's get started. First of all, let's go to terminal. Add new terminal. Let's navigate to client project and let's generate change password component inside pages. So nggc pages, inside pages let's add change password and skip test. Change password component generated. So let's go to appsettings and here let's duplicate it and let's rename this change password and make it change password. Here we need to authorize, so only login user can access this page. So let's add can active and AuthGuard. Let's go to Navbar component and here let's duplicate it and rename this change password. Add here router link. Let's make it change password. Let's make it password and rename this one change password. Save it, go to terminal and npm start and let's run our backend application. Go to API project and run .NET was run. Let's go to browser and login success. Let's go to user and go to change password. You can see change password work. Let's design our form. Let's go to reset password component HTML and copy these things. Go to change password, paste it, and here add forms module and go to component HTML and make it change password. Here current password. Let's make it current password here. And new password, let's make it new password and disable here current password. And if we don't have new password here, we need to disable our button. Let's remove this one and rename this change password. Let's rename this one change password. Go to component and here new password of type string, current password of type string, and let's inject auth service. And mat snack bar. Let's import here mat snack bar module and inject router and add change password in component ts. Let's save it and restart our application. Go to browser. Let's take a look. We have beautiful design form here. Now let's implement API for change password. Go to AccountController and here let's add HTTP post method. Let's say public async task of action result. And here let's rename this password change password. Let's bind here change password DTO. Let's create this DTO inside DTO's folder. New class Let's add property here. Prop tab string email string dot empty. Let's enter it with required. This is required field, and type email address. Let's add another field. Prop tab string, and we need current password. String dot empty, and let's make it required, and add another property. Prop tab string new password. Let's make it required. String dot empty. Save it. Here, let's implement our change password method. Let's find user by their email. Var user await user manager find by email assign. Let's pass their email. Change the password DTO dot change password. Let's make it change password DTO dot email. If user is null, then return fetch request, and let's pass a new auth response. Did you pass here is success false, and message user email. If we have user, then let's change our password here. Var result await user manager dot change password async. This method takes 3 arguments: user, change password dot current password, and another one is change password DTO dot new password. If result dot succeed, then return OK and pass a new auth response. DTO is success true, and message let's pass a password change successfully. Close it and save it. Let's close it and go to auth service. Let's implement here change password method. Let's duplicate it and make it change password. Let's rename this change password request. Copy this one and let's create interface here. New file change password request ts. Let's add here interface, export interface, change password request, and add here email of type string, new password of type string, and current password of type string. Save it. Let's import this one. Control dot and import. Let's rename this change password. Save it. Go to change password component ts and let's implement here. Let's call this dot auth service dot change password. Let's pass here object. Let's pass here email. This dot auth service dot get user detail and email. Let's pass new password of type this new password, this dot new password, and current password, this dot current password, and subscribe. Next, response. Let's display here toast notification. If response dot success, then let's show toast notification. Snack bar dot open response dot message and close, and let's add here duration, and let's log out our application. This dot auth service dot logout and redirect to login again. This dot router dot navigate to login. Okay, Otherwise, if you don't have success response, then let's copy this one and display error message. Let's handle here error goes to error response. Let's display post notification here, paste it, and error.message, error.message. Save it, AccountController, and return here, return bad request. Let's copy this one, paste here, and let's pass here. Let's return result.error.first or default and their description. Save it, go to browser, let's log in our application, and here let's go to change password. Let's go to change password component HTML and remove read only. Let's add here placeholder current password and here new password, and let's make it type password. Save it, go to browser and enter your current password and test and your new password. Let's click change password. We have 404, that means we don't have endpoint. Go to AccountController and let's add here change password. Save it, browser, let's try again. Let's click change password. We have 200 success and navigate it to login page. Let's log in our new password. Let's click it. Now we have changed our password successfully. Hello guys, welcome back. This is the part 15 of JWT Authentication. In this tutorial, we are going to implement refresh token. So let's get started. Go to app user model and add here refresh token and add another property, date time, refresh token expiry time. Let's add migration. Go to API and run migration .NET AF migration, add refresh token, enter. Our migration added. Let's go to migration folder and let's see refresh token. Here we can see we have added two column here, refresh token and refresh token expiry time here. Let's close it and let's update our database. Our database updated. Let's see our database. Control Shift P and open database or TV here. Let's open this table. Let's close it. We can see here refresh token, which is by default null, and refresh token expiry time, two column added here. So let's close it. Go to AccountController and here let's go to login endpoint. Here let's generate refresh token. And let's create this method here. Let's generate refresh token here, private string generate refresh token random number new by 2, and here using var random number generator dot create and random number generator dot get bytes random number, and let's return converted random number. Here let's add int dot parse try parse configuration dot get section name JWT setting dot get section refresh token validity in. Go to app setting JSON and add here refresh token validity in 10 minutes. Let's go to AccountController and here remove this one and dot value out integer refresh token validity in, and let's set user dot refresh token is equal to refresh token, and another one, let's update user dot refresh token expiry time with date time dot now UTC now dot 8 minutes refresh token validity in, and let's update user here user manager dot update async. Let's pass user here and let's go to auth response TTO and add here property string refresh token string dot empty and pass a refresh token. Let's run our application and test.net was run. Let's go to login and try it out. Take a look, we have token and refresh token here. Let's go to our database and let's see open database, and here let's click this one and let's go to here we have refresh token and our refresh token expiry time updated. So we have now let's implement refresh token endpoint. Here let's copy this one and paste here, name this refresh token, and here refresh token DTO. Let's create token DTO first. Let's create new class token DTO, add here string refresh token let's duplicate it and make it token. This one let's add email, add here null save it. Let's remove these things and here var principal get principal from expired token DTO, make it token DTO and pass here with dot token. Let's implement this method control dot generate method private. Let's add here claims principal and here var token parameter new token valid parameter, and let's pass a valid audience, valid issuer false, validate issuer sign-in key true, issuer sign-in key. Let's go to program CS and copy these things and paste here. Issuer sign-in key is equal to paste here, add here configuration dot get section secret key JWT setting dot get section and our section name security key dot validate lifetime false. Let's make here validate audience and validate user var token handler new JWT security token handler var principal token handler dot validate token. Let's validate our token here. Let's pass token and token validate parameters and token parameters out security token. Here let's check if security token is null, is not JWT security token or JWT security token dot headers dot algorithm alg equals security algorithm dot mac 256 or string comparison dot invariant false or ignore case, then throw new security token exception and pass an invalid token, otherwise return principal from here. So this code verifies if the security token is a JWT token with its MAC 256 algorithm. If not, it throw a security exception indicating the token is invalid, and finally it returns the principal. Let's go to refresh token. Let's make it principal, and here our user. Let's get user by email. User manager dot find by email async and token DTO dot email. Let's check if principal is null or user is null, or user dot refresh token is not equal to refresh token or user refresh token expiry time dot now dot UTC now. If all these conditions satisfy, then return that request and pass a new auth response DTO object. Success false, message invalid, client request. Let's create new token here, new JWT token, generate token, and pass a user. Let's generate a new refresh token, generate refresh token, and go to login, and let's copy this one, and let's update user refresh token, new refresh token, update here user dot refresh token expiry time dot UTC now dot 8 minutes, refresh token validity in, and let's update user await user manager dot update async user here, and finally return okay, and new auth response DTO is success true, token new token and refresh token, new refresh token, message refresh token successfully. Let's go to program CS, and here add clock skew time span 0, save it, and go to app setting session, and here let's make it 2 for now, and let's make it 3. Let's save our code and go to browser. Let's log in our application, execute it, and we have refresh token and token here. Let's copy this token and go to refresh token. Let's pass this token here and email, and pass this refresh token. Let's execute it. We have 200 success, and new token here and refresh token here. We have invalid client request because our token is not expired yet, so we have bad request 400. Let's implement refresh token in client project. So go to auth service, close it, and let's go to down. Let's duplicate it and refresh here data of type email string, token string, and refresh tokens. Make it post and auth response. Let's remove this array. Let's add here refresh token and pass data here. Save it and close it. Go to Auth Interceptor, user key. Let's rename this app2 and user key, user here, response. Let's add here JSON.stringify and pass response here, and let's comment it, remove this one, constant user local storage dot get item this dot user key. If we don't have user, let's return null. Otherwise, constant user detail of type auth response. Let's pass our user json.parse user here and return user detail dot refresh token. Go to auth response and add here refresh token of type string. Save it. Now go to token interceptor and let's make another method here, get refresh token. Let's make it token and here refresh token 5. Catch error here, error of type http error response. Let's check if error dot status is 401. Then let's call our auth service dot refresh token and pass here email auth service dot get user detail dot email and token, get token from auth service and refresh token, get refresh token from auth service or null dot subscribe. Next equals to if response dot is success, then let's set our item in local storage user and json.stringify response here, and let's clone our header request.clone and set headers authorization and here error response dot token here, and let's map error of type error goes to, if we have error then auth service dot logout and navigate to login router. Let's inject here router and navigate to login page, router dot navigate to login here. Save it finally and return here throw error here. Let's go to generate token method and for testing purpose let's add here add minute 1 and go to auth service. Let's return true here. Let's return here true and save. Go to browser and login application, open console. Let's go to network tab, go to view profile and look our network tab, our refresh token API endpoint hit and we have response refresh token successfully fetched. So add here location dot reload. After successful response, then reload our location.